welcome. It's a very interesting noise coming from the outside. So let's go ahead and go to the inside for a second. Radio check. Alright, we're loud and clear. Cool. It has been an extended amount of time since I've been able to live stream. I made a very big move recently. I finally became a flight instructor, but I had to move across the country to do so. So had to pack up, get everything moving, and it was quite a process, but now I'm finally settled in, and I am now a flight instructor. So now that everything's all good to go, this is the moment where I get to do my first live stream since getting that job, and it's going to be a bit of a celebration. So to do so, we're going to be flying our classic Sun Country 737 from Minneapolis to Buffalo, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing so. Now, we are definitely in for it today because the winds in Minneapolis today are really aggressive, and they're not as great in Buffalo either. So it's going to be a windy flight. Good luck to the passengers who need to get out of their seats and take off their seatbelts, because that light is likely to be on for a majority of the flight. We'll see what it's like up at altitude, but definitely down during, towards the surface during climb and descent, it's going to be a little bit rough. So we're going to deal with that. But I'm finally a flight instructor, and we're going to celebrate via this stream. And let's see if that noise went away. Not exactly. But here's the Sun Country livery we're using today. We're at gate Hotel 2 at MSP. And, yeah. So, if anyone happens to know why other traffic is so loud in the external view all of the sudden, it never used to be like that, but now it's pretty loud overall compared to what it used to be. If anyone knows how to change that or why that is, let me know so I can fix it, because boy, does it drive me insane when I'm trying to do an external view and all you hear is an extremely loud roar of someone else's engine, when in reality it shouldn't be that loud. Anyway, so now we're going to start our flight, and we're going to start by getting power to the aircraft. We'll turn our camera on, and we are ready to go. Hello, hello. Cool. So first thing we're going to do is verify that the gear is down, the speed brakes are up, flaps are up, thrust levers are in the idle position, which they are. That's good. And everything is set for the power to come on. So let's go to the overhead panel here. We're going to start by turning on the battery. All the lights come on. Good. We're going to arm the emergency lights. And we're going to turn this knob over to APU Gen to verify that we have a positive charge from the APU. Left forward fuel pump is coming on for the APU, and let's turn on the APU itself. And we'll watch the EGT gauge for the climb, and then come back down to about, 4,000 or so. Right over here. Low oil pressure because it's not officially started yet. But yeah. I'm really excited to finally be a flight instructor. I've always wanted to fly. I'm finally getting paid to fly after some very rigorous flight training. I've had quite the experience, trying to do it myself, and we did it. We're now a flight instructor, and we build hours and get myself to the airlines. Cool. EGT is coming back down, and it should stabilize very shortly, and we should get an indication to turn on the APU generator. Alright, it's settled down. It's looking like a normal temperature. That's good. Let's go ahead and provide power to the aircraft now. Sweet. Now we have power. We have positive amperage, so we know we're getting a positive charge. And we'll turn the IRS knobs to nav mode, and we'll check how long that takes to align. Cool. 8 minutes for the IRSs to align. Excellent. And today we will be using VATSIM, hoping that someone will log on eventually at some point in our flight, but right now there is no ATC, so we're just going to treat it as a CTAF. So let's go. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn the yaw damper on the ground to verify that the light extinguishes and that the yaw damper is functioning. That's good. we're good there. All of these flight control and standby hydraulics, spoilers, everything like that is closed and guarded. They're all in the on position. We're good there. Speed trim fail and mock trim fail will fix itself later. We'll verify after engine start. All of our navigation switches are in the normal position, so we're looking good there. The control panel for the display is normal, and the source is auto for display, which is also very good. We're looking at a fuel temp of just, it looks like it's increasing a little bit as time goes on, but we're in a normal temperature range for the fuel, which is also good. Verify the temperature outside in Minneapolis. Oh, it is a hot one in Minneapolis, 35 degrees Celsius. That is definitely got to check what that is. 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Boy, it is a hot day, so we can expect some very low performance coming out of Minneapolis here, and that's going to be another, you know, factor on top of the winds that are going on right now. Cool. So let's go ahead and check the fuel pumps. Those are good for now. APU generator's fine. Our standby power, if I could speak, is in auto and guarded. That's good. The disconnects are off and they are guarded. That's good. We are on the APU power, so that looks good. The EGT is still looking normal. Excellent. We'll go ahead and throw some panel lights on for ourselves. Just, we maybe shouldn't be flying into the sunset, but we might hit sunset as we're landing because this is about an hour and a half, 2-hour flight, and sunset is just after 9, so it may be setting as we're coming into land, so just in case, panel lights are coming on. Cool. Go back up here, so the lights are all on. That's good. The equipment cooling are both in the normal position, and these lights are extinguished, which is good. The emergency lights are armed and guarded. Fastest seatbelt signs can come on, and we hear the nice noise thanks to Boris Audio Work. Test the flight attendant button and the ground call. The one thing about the Boris Audio Works is the ground call is when you're testing it, it's very, very quiet in the cockpit. I'm not sure if that's realistic or not, or if just because we're pointed up, it sounds a little bit different, but it's a little bit quieter, but if you listen closely, you can hear it, so that's good. Window heat is coming on. Cool. Since we're on the ground and we're not ready yet for pushback, we're going to leave the probe heats off, but we're going to want to turn those on and verify they work before pushback. Anti-ice we don't need because, boy, is it hot here in Minneapolis. The hydraulic pumps will leave off. The forward entry door is obviously open because we're loading passengers as we speak. We will test the cockpit voice recorder. Hold that button in and we get a green light. That's good. Now we can let go. Cabin pressure is indicating basically field elevation, we're good there. 0 climb, 0 descent. Cabin pressure looks good for being on the ground. Voice recorder is on auto, that's fine. The air temp, oh yeah, it's hot. So we're going to get some packs on for our passengers as they're loading on because, boy, is it hot. Alright, so now the AC temperature is dropping and the cabin should become more comfortable for people as they're boarding. Cool. The switch is on continuous tab, that's fine. Trim air is on, excellent. We will keep all our cabs on auto for the temperature control, sweet. Recirc fans are on auto, that's good. Duct pressure we have, excellent. Packs are on auto, we're on APU bleed. We'll go ahead and turn the engine bleeds off for now since the engines aren't running, and we can get rid of the dual bleed indication, that's good. And ISOL valve is open, excellent. Today our cruise altitude is going to be 35,000 feet, so let's go ahead and put that in our pressurization panel here. Kind of exceeded that. And then landing elevation at Buffalo is 727, so if you round that it's going to be 750, so we'll go ahead and put that there. Everything's in auto. The manual valves we don't need to touch because we're doing automatic pressurization. Logo lights on, nav lights are on, everything else can stay off for now, and we're looking good. We'll go to the upper panel and run our flows from there. So we'll test the flaps lights, look at that, they all light up, that's good. 3 minutes for the IRSs to align, that's beautiful. The IRSs will be long aligned by the time we're ready to go. All of these lights are extinguished and the navs are currently in align mode. The IRSs, that's good. Service interphone we don't need, we're not talking to anyone in our, no one's doing maintenance on the plane, we don't have to worry about that. The dome light, don't have to worry about that, it's still light outside, I can still see, gonna leave that, cool. Looks like a backup mic comm panel here, we're good there. These engine reverser lights are extinguished, which is good. The EEC is in the on and guarded position. That's good. The lights on the side of them are extinguished. Crew oxygen is above 15. That's good. Passenger oxygen is normal and guarded, and the light is extinguished. We have 3 greens for the landing gear up here. That's good. Both Mach airspeed warning tests are good. Flight recorder is normal and guarded. And we have one. Oh, we have both stall warnings. Cool. Usually you have to wait a while for number 2 to come on, but that's good right there. Alright, so verify no ATC is online still. It is not. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go straight to our cruise altitude. There's no sense in leveling off early. There's very minimal traffic in the area anyway. Nothing we have to worry about. If anything, we'll maintain visual and keep an eye on the radar so we don't run into anyone, but we should be just fine to go to cruise. Alright, we're going to go ahead and do 160 for the speed. If our V2 ends up being something kind of ridiculous, we'll change it from there. We're probably going to be in VNAV mode anyway, so that shouldn't matter, but just in case, we'll set it to 160. Anyway, the heading bug, the wind direction at MSP right now is 190 at 2-1, gust 3-3. That is really aggressive, so this is a particular situation where I'm really hoping that they're using runway 22 at MSP. They don't open it often, but if the winds are really bad, they will. So let's see if 22 is being used right now. It is not. They're still using the 1-2s. Alright, so that gives us about a 70-degree crosswind and a relatively aggressive one at that. So since they're using 2-2, I guess we'll use runway 22. Or I'm sorry, they're not using 2-2, they're using 1-2, so we'll use 1-2. And again, 70-degree crosswind. So 120 for runway heading. Cruise altitude is set, that's good. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the altimeter setting as well. We're looking at 2967, so that's on the lower side there. 2967 is verified, that's good. The map, we'll wait for the IRSs to align and everything like that, cool. Our DUs are both in the normal position. We'll go ahead and give our autopilot lights a test here. They all light up, that's good. Light our plane up like a Christmas tree. Looks like all the lights are working to me, excellent. We have our standby instruments, which are good to go. N1 set, speed ref, both in auto. Fuel flow is in the rate position, which is good. The screens here are in the engine mode, that's good. We'll leave the auto brake off for now. We'll set that before we're ready to taxi. Auto brake, again, the light is extinguished because it's not on, that's good. Flaps are up. We have 3 greens for the landing gear and the lever is down. The hydraulic pressure will turn on once we get the pumps on. We will test the autopilot lights on this side. Looks good, and the DUs on the right side are both in the normal position. Alright, and our screen brightnesses are fine for now, seeing as how it's daylight. If it winds up interfering later on in the flight, we will fix that. Alright, we're going to come down here to the throttle quadrant. I keep forgetting to set the parking brake every time I load into this thing, but we'll get it eventually, I promise. Anyway, fault and op test. We have our fault detection, that's good, and we'll go to the fire test. Alright, all of the lights illuminate, and we have bells. It's audible. Cool, we have 3 greens on the fire extinguishers, that's good. Excellent. Go down to the radio panel. Everything is fine for now. We'll set the comm panel before we push back. Everything is in the proper selected position on the radio panel, that's good. We're not going to use our ADF, but it's ready to go just in case. Panel lights are on, that's good. We'll do a cargo bay test, fire test. All of the lights light up and they extinguish, and we have an audible bell. Radar, we're good for now. If we need to turn that on, we will. Transponder can go to TARA since we're on VATSIM. I just get it into TARA immediately, but typically you would have it either on standby or maybe on altitude reporting mode on the ground, depending on the airline's SOP. All of our trims look to be in neutral positions. Everything's good there, and everything on the right side of the radio panel is good. Stab trim is in the normal and guarded position. The flight door we don't have to worry about because apparently you can't use it in the sim. And just because we're going to look at the emergency gear extend here, all of the levers are down and locked. That looks good, and we'll close that panel up. Cool. And we do have a squawk code from Auto ATC on VATSIM, and it looks like our squawk code is 3617. So let's go ahead and set that. And again, I have a handy dandy Logitech radio panel, so that's really nice. So we got 3617 in the transponder, so that's good to go. And we can get out of this view. Alright, and we're looking good. Now all we have to do is put in our FMC information. So let's go to our electronic flight bag, and I do have a SimBrief flight plan, so let's request the data from that. But we're going to put everything in manually just to confirm that it's correct. And this is the proper flight plan, Sun Country 1057. Our alternate is Rochester. Yep, MSP to K-Buff, everything looks good there. Cool. So let's go back, and since we have the SimBrief data loaded into the EFB, we're going to go to the performance tool, and we're going to get our runway data. Oh, Toasty Oats, my guy. I didn't realize you were in here. I had my chat covered by the SimBrief plan. How you doing? If you're still on. Alright, so our takeoff airport, we're on the takeoff information. We do have MSP. Runway, we're going to do runway 12 right, because that's going to be the closest one to us. We'll eliminate a really long taxi. Runway heading is 121, so let's go ahead and put that in the autopilot panel. Cool. Runway slope is a 0-degree slope. It's nice and flat. Good. Runway length 10,003 feet. That's good. Runway condition is dry, no rain. Plenty of runway, especially on a hot day. We'll import the aircraft information. Anti-ice is going to be off. Air conditioning is going to be on, given the extreme heat we're dealing with here in Minneapolis. And we'll let it auto-determine our flaps for us and everything, and we'll import the weather. Look at that. Winds 190 at 2-1, and the gusts have been as high as 39 I saw earlier, so we're definitely in for quite a ride. Alright, so we'll calculate this, and now we have our takeoff information, and we'll just have that on standby for us. Oh. Toasty Oats, my friend. It's been a while since I streamed, but I got everything set up. I got my PC set up where I wanted to. I'm hooked up to Ethernet, so now we're in a very good condition to stream. But welcome aboard. Are you streaming your truck sim at all later today? Alright. So while we're waiting on that response, we have to now, we're getting told by our FMC to enter an IRS position. So let's go to FMC, and we'll start getting everything plugged in here. We'll go to position init. Our reference airport is KMSP, Kilo Mike Sierra Bravo. We'll throw that in the reference airport, but to get our actual coordinates here, we'll go to next page, copy GPS left, go to previous page, and that will be our set IRS position right there. Look at that, we have a position set. Go to route. KMSP is loaded in the bottom left for us, so we're just going to put that in origin. And we're going to go Kilo, Bravo, Uniform, Foxtrot, and put that in our destination. Our flight number today is Sun Country 1057, so Sierra Charlie X-Ray 1057. Alright, and put that in flight number. Cool. So today's departure is going to be the Colt 7. It looks like we have a little bit different of a route to Buffalo today than what I'm used to. Might be avoiding some weather or something like that. Let me check the radar here and see what we got. Well, there's no noticeable anything on the radar along our route, so I'm thinking it's because of the runway that they're probably using at Buffalo. Not streaming at the moment, just pulled dinner out of the oven. Oh, nice. What did we make? We talking like frozen pizza, or did you make one of those absolute banger dinners that you always make? Alright, KMSP, we'll go to the departure in the top left here, and we are doing the Colt 7 according to our flight plan. Colt 7 Dell's transition. So Colt 7, we're taking off from runway 12 right, so let's put that there, and Dell's transition. Then we'll go to route, we'll activate it, and we'll execute, and then we will go to the next page and verify that we have Colt 7 Dell's transition in the top, which we do. So from Dell's, we're going to go direct to Hasty, Hotel Alpha Sierra Tango Echo, and that's a direct to, so no airways, and it looks like we have a waypoint to select, but good thing is we know we're in the northern hemisphere, and the only other similar waypoint is in the southern hemisphere, so we won't select that. So from Hasty, we're going direct to DAFLU, Delta, Alpha, Foxtrot, Lima, Uniform, and put that under Hasty. And now we're taking an airway. We're taking J70, so we're going to put J70, and we're going to put it on the left side with these dashes, and we're taking J70, which is going to appear right here for you. And we're taking J70 to, I want to say that's Buell. It's a Bravo, Echo, Whiskey, Echo, Lima. I tell you, some of these waypoints are very interesting to try and pronounce. And then from there, we're going direct to the Dunkirk VOR, which is Delta Kilo Kilo. And then that's actually the end of our flight plan. There are no arrivals into Buffalo, so we'll go ahead and execute that. And then we're going to check and see what the winds are at Buffalo. Since we have no ATC online, we're just going to assume a runway for now and then change it later on if we have to. So winds right now are 220 at 14, gust 21 in Buffalo. So the winds are favoring runway 23, almost right down the pipe, and it looks like it's going to stay that way. So we'll select the ILS runway 23, and you know what, just for the fun of it, we're going to do a procedure turn, and we'll start the ILS beginning at Trava, and we'll do the procedure turn and get onto our ILS. Now we're going to go to the legs page and just verify we have no discontinuities. So from Dunkirk, we do have a discontinuity, so let's copy Trava and put it in the top left, execute, and we still have that procedure turn as confirmed by hold at, and then Trava again, so when we arm the approach mode, it'll exit the hold, which is just our procedure turn. Next page, and we're good, no discontinuities. So the next thing we would have to do is do our performance data. We got garlic crumb crusted chicken cutlets with some Alfredo angel hair pasta and green beans. Alright, that's it, dude. Like, I gotta come over for dinner sometime this week. When are you free? Because that sounds phenomenal. My goodness. Oh, Toasty Oats, I know him personally in real life, and he makes some good food, that is for sure. Anyway, let's go ahead and put our gross weight here. So we're going to put in our zero fuel weight. Recently I found that putting in the zero fuel weight gives you a more accurate gross weight. Currently, because it accounts for the fuel that you've already burned and everything. So let's go ahead and take our zero fuel weight, which is 126.3. Got a frog in my throat. So 126.3 is our zero fuel weight, so it auto-populates our gross weight to 143.1, which seems to match our ramp weight, which is what we are right now, so that's good to go. Love to see it. The reserve fuel today is going to be 4.8. So at that point, we decide we go to our alternate. The cost index that SimBrief wants us to input is 66, so it doesn't really look like we're trying to save money at all. We're just trying to get to our destination. Our cruise altitude is going to be flight level 350. That's going in the top right here. Our top of climb winds is what I use for cruise winds. Looks like 250 at 30. So let's throw that in cruise wind and execute that performance profile. We'll go to N1 limit, and this is where we're going to look at our EFB and get our numbers. Let me know when, haha. Well, are you free just about every day this week? Because I'm looking to make something work. Alright, so today, our select temp is going to be 52 degrees Celsius. So on the top right here, we're going to do 52. That's going to go in our select temp. And we are not doing a D rate, which I'm not surprised because of how hot it is. Our performance is going to be extremely low. So that's good. That page is good to go. I keep selecting the wrong camera, so let's go to the takeoff page. The EFB wants us to do a flaps 5 takeoff, so let's go ahead and do flaps 5. Cool. We'll get our CG and our trim, and we can just auto-populate that by selecting CG, trim, and pasting. Our trim value should be 4.48, so about half. So let's go ahead and do 4.5 roughly. That way it's set for us before we forget. Look at that, 4.48, that's good. I think so. Alright, well, let me know if you're not free any day this week, and then I can plan around that. We'll figure something out maybe Tuesday. Tuesday will probably work. So far, no flights or anything. My schedule's pretty open, so if you want to do Tuesday, I think that would actually be just fine. Alright, cool. So now we're just going to verify that the V speeds match what's on the FB. So we got 139, 141, and 144. 139, 140, and 144, so close enough. One thing I want to do before I put in these V speeds is go to next page. Runway wind is actually really aggressive, so I bet you our V1 will change with that. So the runway wind right now, we're still looking at, now it's 180 at 18 gust 3.4. Wow, okay. So let's just do 180 at 18. And the runway slope is 0.00, so we'll just auto-populate that for ourselves, and that's good to go. Go to previous page, and our V-speeds did change up a little bit, but that's fine. They still roughly match the EFB, so we'll run with those. Cool. Now our performance data is set. Our EFB matches everything, and it looks like our performance profile is set. Alright, we'll go to the legs page, have that on standby for when we take off, and now we can start getting ready for pushback in just a second. I always verify every couple of minutes that VATSIM doesn't sign on me. I know vPilot will give you an alert if they do, but you don't want to accidentally miss something. Cool. Alright, excellent. And the next thing I'm going to do is just go to check the CTAF frequency for the Minneapolis airport, which I used to memorize the CTAF for it, but I forgot. 126.7, that's right. So we'll go to the radio panel, just verify that's exactly how we want it. 126.7 on standby, switch it over, and now it's active. Cool. Alright. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Excellent. Alright, so now that we're about ready for pushback, let's go ahead and get ourselves set up to do so. Everything looks good here. We're going to go ahead and turn our fuel pumps on and verify we have nothing in the center tank. We don't, so we don't need the center pumps. Those stay off. We'll flip this over to Gen 1 for when we turn on the engine generators to verify we have positive charge from those generators. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. Let's go ahead and turn on the probe heat. Both lights extinguished, so they are working. Now we'll turn on the hydraulic pumps, verify the lights extinguished, which they do. And our hydraulic pressure over here is in the green. You can barely see that. Okay, look at that, in the green. Sweet. So hydraulic pumps are on. We're looking good there, and we have no alerts on the cab temperatures because you'll get that sometimes when it's too hot outside. Let's go ahead and put on the beacon because we're about ready to get the gate out of here and we're good to go. The only thing left now, it looks like, is to do the GPWS test and the TCAS test. So let's hit this button and let's take a listen.
Glide slope.
Ooh, that's loud.
Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Alright, cool. Everything works. So now once this these blips here disappear, I'm going to go down and run a TCAS test. Cool. And we're going to hit the test button right here and look for the bars on the attitude indicator. We have a traffic warning over here and we have blips on the screen, so TCAS looks like it's going to pass.
TCAS test. Pass.
Sweet. It does pass. Excellent. So now, verify that everything's in the proper condition. Yes, it is. Alright, let's go into the external view here. And we'll use the FMC to get rid of the jet bridge and everything. First thing we'll do is we'll close that door. And the beacon is illuminated, and the door is closed. And we'll get rid of the jet bridge, which it looks like it's going to do for us. Look at that. Alright, the jet bridge is pulling away. Love to see it. And we are in a non-movement area, so there's no need to make a CTAF call and tell them that we're pushing back just yet. Caesar's playing with a fly, LMAO. Is he catching it, or is he just chasing it around? We'll go ahead and get rid of this master caution. It's telling us our electricity, or our battery per se, is not being charged, but that's because we flipped over to Gen 1 on this knob up here. So we're good to go. Let's go ahead and get our pushback tool started for us. We'll plan the pushback. And this is the window that shows up for us over here. And we'll go ahead and push back, and we'll remain in the non-movement area over here. Actually, that's too close. You know what? We'll make a call and just say that we're pushing back onto Delta. Okay. That looks about good right there. And we'll enter that. And then we'll make a radio call. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1057 is at Gate Hotel 2, Terminal 2, pushing back onto Delta, Minneapolis. Alright, so we made our call. We're pushing back onto an active taxiway. We'll request it. I don't know, all I see is his ass sticking out from the corner by the sliding door. Oh, man. Well, at least you know if you have a bug or an insect problem, you have a solution for that problem. Assuming Caesar can actually execute the target. Cats are amazing. Now, one thing I'm surprised at is I'm not hearing any audio from the pushback plugin, which is new as of today. I don't know if he ever really kills them, probably more like accidental murder. Oh. Well, at least he's not eating them. I mean, that can't be good for cats at all. This is really weird. I'm not hearing anything from the pushback plugin, so hopefully that means they want the brakes released. Oh, you know, one thing that I should do actually is remove the chocks. Let's go ahead and get those chocks removed. Am I lifted off the ground? I'm gonna assume yes. Okay. Let's turn the brakes off and see if they push us. Something changed on the actual plugin, so I'm going to assume yes. He does eat them. They're sky raisins, extra protein. Yeah, that's true. You just never know where a fly has been and what they've been in contact with. Okay, let's reset the parking brake. Typically there's audio that comes from this plugin. Okay, let's try and release him again. Something really weird I noticed is this line is moving on the MFD. Are we going to get pushed back, or are we just going to sit here? Well, this is a very interesting problem to run into. Alright, let's go ahead and set our parking brake again. We'll cancel the planned pushback. We'll stop it. Okay, once the tug gets off, we'll give it one more try, and if that doesn't work, I guess we'll just have to use the built-in pushback for PMDG. What an interesting situation to run into. Short-staffed, yeah, I guess. Those ramp agents. Tell you what. I'm just gonna let the tug settle over here. I don't want to back it up and make it glitch out again if I don't have to. But the question is it going to stop? Because he looks like he's just gonna... Oh. Okay, yeah, he stopped. Alright. So our parking brake is set, and we're gonna try this one more time. Let's see what happens. Again, we're going to push back onto Delta, a little turn right here. And we'll hit enter. And now let's request it again. Nope, still no audio. Okay. Well, let's see if the nose lifts, because this is a nose lift tug. With the brakes set, it should just automatically lift up. I'm just surprised I'm not hearing anything. Gotta be a bug of some sort. Okay, looks like he snapped on. Really interesting. So we'll release the brakes because the plugin gave us the selection for that. Let's just give it a minute and see if they do wind up pushing us back. This is a relatively new pushback add-on for me, so I don't have the dialogue memorized by any means, so I don't know how long it's supposed to take before we start moving. I do remember this taking a little bit longer than I expected, but I don't think it's this long. Yeah, it definitely doesn't take this long. Okay, that kind of stinks. So let's go ahead and set our parking brake, and we'll cancel the pushback, and I guess we'll just use the pushback that's built into the aircraft. Pushbacks. Chocks are removed. Straight out. Do we have enough room to go tail right? Yeah, we do. Okay. Hopefully we don't get pushed into a sign or anything if we do the standard L. So standard L, turn the nose to the left, 90 degrees is fine, chocks are removed, we selected a tug, excuse me. And let's go ahead and try this one.
Ground, flight deck.
Go ahead.
Beacons on, brakes released, clear to push, tail right.
Copy that, clear to push, tail right, release brakes.
Brakes release.
Brakes released.
Okay. Looks like this one works. That's a good sign. Alright. So we're pushing back and we're clear behind. We're looking good to go. I think he says something cleared behind an engine start. Unless I'm remembering incorrectly. It might be. Oh well. Alright, we're going to go overhead here. The right ignition is going to go to ground, and we're looking for the change in duct pressure. Oh, you know what? I didn't turn the packs off. Packs need to be off for engine start. Silly me. Alright, let's try this again. So, right is going to go into ground. There we go. Now we have a duct pressure change. The start valve is open on the right side, and N2 is rising. We're looking for 25% N2, and we'll introduce fuel. And we'll look for all of the other parameters to be in the normal range. And it looks like we are going to get a zone temp warning. Our air conditioning.
Push complete. Go ahead and set the brakes.
Okay, brake set.
Okay, the brake's set. Thanks for the good push. We'll see ya.
EGT's normal, negative hot start.
Yeah, of course, you guys got it. We're disconnecting the tow bar now. Stand by. Okay, tow bar is disconnected. We're disconnecting the interphone right now. Pin's gonna be on the right-hand side, guys. Take care. We'll see you.
Alright, looks like we have a stable start on engine number 2. That's good to see. And our pushback is complete, thankfully. It's quite a process to get there. Excellent. Alright, so right ignition is off. That's good. Left ignition goes to ground. Look for another change in duct pressure. And we have that change. Start valve is open on the left side, and N2 is rising. And introducing fuel, 25% N2. Sorry I missed what you said about the pushback. Is that a mod or a new part of the game? It's a mod. It's actually a free plugin. There is a paid version of it for better... you can do more with it, but the free version allows you to basically... It gives you the overhead view, and you can put the plane wherever you want to actually push it back to. So it's a plugin, it's a third party. But I have had 0 issues with it until now. Of course, my first time, using it on stream. It's usually pretty good. I'm just wondering if maybe my computer's doing too much at once or something, or if there's an actual problem. I think it did update recently. I was on the sim earlier and I got some message about it. So maybe it's just a bug with a new update. So we'll see. All of the engine stuff looks in the proper parameters. A negative hot start. Everything is looking good. All right. So 2 good engine starts. Let's go ahead and get ready for taxi. All right. So everything's good up here. Fuel pumps are on. Engine generators, we'll turn those on and verify positive charge. We have positive amperage, so that's looking good. Sweet. Fasten seatbelts are on. Probe heats are on. Anti-ice we don't need. Hydraulics are all looking good. The lights are extinguished. We're getting zone temp issues because our packs are not on. So let's go ahead and turn the packs on. Packs are going to auto. ISOL valve to auto. We'll open the engine bleeds and we'll turn off the APU bleed. And then we'll turn off the APU. And then we're going to go ahead and hit trip reset because that's how you get rid of the zone temp indications. And as long as our packs are on, we shouldn't get any further indications up here. So what happens is when it's extremely hot outside and you don't have your packs on, the actual air ducts from the bleed air get too hot, and it, you know, indicates a zone temp error. The problem with this is that when the alarm comes on, you turn your packs on and you adjust the temperature. You can't actually, this doesn't automatically shut off when the temperature goes back to a normal range. You actually have to reset the alert. And then when you do that, you verify that it doesn't come back on, which clearly it doesn't, so we're good to go there. So anti-collision lights are on, and we're good overhead up here. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and get our auto brakes to rejected takeoff, and we're going to go flaps 5 because that's what we want for takeoff, and we'll verify that that goes to 5. Very, very slowly. The first set of flaps on this plane drop very, very slow. Alright, we do have flaps 5, that looks good, and let's see if we can check the flight controls. Recently I have not been able to get this to do, yeah, this doesn't pop up, so you should be able to hit this system button right here and see the flight controls, like the ailerons, the spoilers, the elevator and everything, but for some reason it's not doing that, and I don't know why. This plane hasn't updated in a while, so maybe it's a bug, maybe it's something else. I'm not actually entirely sure, so if anyone watches this and they know how to get that to show up, let me know, but I cannot. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put all our information on the engine information on this screen right here, so we're good to go there, and we're flaps 5 and we're set for takeoff. Let's see what VATSIM looks like one more time. There is no one in the area right now, and ATC is still offline, so we'll be just making a taxi. Alright. And just to show you guys where I'm going, let's pull up the airport diagram. Departure, unable to retrieve chart, confirm that you are... What? Okay, let's go to the settings. If I can find them anywhere. This right here. Oh, yeah, it does look like I am signed off of Navigraph. Huh, problems I didn't think I was going to have today. Let's go ahead and sign that in. Navigraph.com/toad. Alright, there it is, cool. Now we should have our airport. There we go. Alright. So we're at Terminal 2 over here, and we're taking off from runway 12 right. It's a very easy taxi. We'll just take Delta to Whiskey and go to 12 right at the end. And that'll be just that. Let's go ahead and turn our taxi light on, actually, since we're ready to go. Brakes are coming off, and we'll make a radio call. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1057 is at Terminal 2, taking Delta Whiskey to runway 12 right, Minneapolis. And let's begin our taxi. Fingers crossed, no more random issues. And we'll look for a taxi between 15 to 20 knots ground speed. And Toasty, if you wind up sticking with me after this flight, I have a kind of a surprise flight that I want to try and do and see if it works. Nothing like crazy. It's going to be another airliner, but I want to see how stable it is on, I don't know, the new sim. I don't think I've ever streamed a third-party aircraft on 2024 yet, so we're going to try it today. I have tried it off-stream in 2024, and it seems to actually do quite alright, but we'll have to see if it holds while I'm streaming. Alright, so we're straight on Delta, and the left turn on Whiskey is going to be coming up here soon. I'll be here all night, dog, starting my stream right now. Oh, cool. I'll have to put that on standby once I get in the air on autopilot and I get some free hands. Alright, so we're making the left turn here, and then we're going to be crossing runway 22 on Whiskey. So let's go ahead and get those landing lights on and the strobes on since we're crossing inactive. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1057 is crossing runway 22 on Whiskey, Minneapolis. And we lost some speed in that turn, so we'll pick that back up here. Don't want to spend too much time on an active runway, even though it's not technically active, but by definition it is. Excuse me. Alright, so since it's a straight shot down Whiskey, we're just going to go ahead and get our departure chart ready to go here. And we're looking at 3,500 or above by the time we... however many DME that is from the airport. Oh, 7 DME. So 7 DME from the MSP VOR. We want to be at 3,500 or above, which, even though it's hot and the performance is low, we are in a Boeing 737 with jet engines, so that should not be a problem for us. Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting takeoff. Those winds are super aggressive and they're coming 70 degrees off the side. You don't gotta watch mine, bro. Focus on your flying. I don't want a plane falling on the highway while I'm driving. Hey, listen, if I'm on autopilot, as long as I'm monitoring, if I could speak, it'll be all good. Don't you worry, sir. I'll make sure we're not in trouble. Obviously, I'll wait until sterile cockpit is no longer an issue, but don't you worry about that, friend. Alright, so still no ATC, but there's also no traffic, so we're just going to go ahead and get ourselves ready for takeoff here. So all of oh, I never turned the landing or the strobe lights off. That's interesting. Oops. Okay, so those are all on. We'll advise the flight attendants we're cleared for takeoff. And we'll enter the runway and be ready to go. So let's go ahead and turn our flight directors on, arm VNAV and LNAV, and arm the auto throttles. And we'll get our mouse ready for that toga button. We can get in Discord if you want. Yeah, we might be able to do that. Just give me a couple minutes to get in the air and everything situated. Alright, we're lining up. We have runway 12 right confirmed. And it's also matching our heading, which is good. So let's go throttle 40% N1. And we'll look for engine stabilize. Engines are stabilized, and toga. And we'll get some aileron going from the right side here because the winds are super aggressive from that side. walk it out as we pick up forward speed.
80 knots.
Cross check.
V1.
Rotate V2.
Rotate. Oh, what an awful rotate. Wow, those winds are wild. Jeez.
Debris.
Gear up. One thing that I don't particularly enjoy in the sim is just the way that it behaves on the ground during takeoff and during rotation. I mean, it's too aggressive, the switch from your wind corrections on the ground to in the air. It really doesn't make much sense with the reality. I'll kind of explain more once I get situated here. So we'll pitch the nose down. We're about 3,000 feet up, so flaps 1. We'll pick up some speed here. We'll get down to 10 degrees nose up pitch. And we are definitely fighting some winds right now. This plane is a rocket. And we can go flaps up, and we'll pitch down, and now we're looking to maintain our VNAV speed. So now I will get the autopilot going. Autopilot is on, and we're good there. Let's maintain our heading, and we're clear direct taxi. There's no traffic in the area, so let's go ahead and execute that, and we will throw LNAV mode on. And we are now direct taxi. Alright, we'll do our climb check. The auto brakes can go to off. The gear lever can go to off. And we're already above 3,500 and we're nowhere near 7 DME from the airport yet. Alright, aircraft is pitching for 250 knots. That's good. We'll go ahead and heading sync just in case nav equipment fails. And we're looking at this here, and it looks like we are direct taxi. And everything is good from there. Alright. Now, normally we would only be climbing up to 7,000 feet initially, but again, ATC is not on. There's no traffic in the area, so we'll just save ourselves the pain and go right to our cruise altitude. Engine is looking good. Airplane's going exactly where it's supposed to, and we crossed through 10,000 feet. So let's get these landing lights put away and off. Taxi light off, and advise the flight attendants. Alright. So anyway, yeah, as I was saying about the whole takeoff thing, it might even be like a wind setting on the sim. I have the turbulence set to medium, but when you're on the ground, for some reason the plane behaves as if the aircraft is stuck to the ground more than it would be in real life. In real life, you would want to have your ailerons into the wind and you slowly walk it out as you get some forward speed, because your relative wind becomes more forward. But in the game, when you have wind correction how you're supposed to, you rotate the plane, and then it any type of wind correction causes like a very extreme, you know, yawing and stuff like that. And maybe it's partially a skill issue in trying to learn how to do it, but I don't know, the difference between being on the ground and in the air during high winds in the sim seems a little bit off to me, so that's something I don't particularly like, but maybe I just gotta figure out how to make it better for myself. So the plane is moving just a little bit, getting a little bit bumped around, nothing crazy, but you can definitely see some bumps there. But after that horrible takeoff, we are definitely stable again and we're where we need to be. And we're crossing over taxi here in about 3 miles. So let's zoom out on the MFD here and see more of our flight path. Okay, we're about turning on course here. Basically intercepting the departure. Good thing is we do have a nice tailwind. Well, it's only 27 knots, but any tailwind is going to be beneficial to us. Oh yeah, we are getting rocked around. It is bumpy up here. I wish I knew how to pronounce that last name. Sean? I knew someone with that last name before and he told me how to pronounce it and I forgot, but hello Sean, how are we doing today? Welcome to the stream. Country is trying to start World War III. Yeah. Seems to be that way, doesn't it? Let's just hope that that's not the outcome. Alright, above 18,000 feet, we're going to go ahead and flip our altimeter to standard. Whereabouts might you be located, Sean? Or it may even be Sheen. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing anything. we're definitely dealing with some rough air here, so we'll definitely have to monitor and see if cruise altitude is any bit smooth. It's not the most ideal flight in the world to have the seatbelt signs on the whole time, but it'll happen. Toasty, are you still in here? See that comment? Yeah, look at that. I think that's the kind of thing that I'm going to avoid on my channel just because I don't know why they didn't show for me. Oh. It should have, especially as a moderator. Try a reef. I could use Discord, yeah. Bear with me, Chad, as I'm going to mute the audio real quick. Alright, sorry about that moment of silence. Had to discuss some things with the mod here. But yeah, looks like we're about approaching cruise. We're at 32,000, flight level 328. Approaching flight level 350. It does seem like the winds have improved a little bit. We're not getting tossed around as much, so maybe we can actually turn off the VATSIM seatbelt sign. But we'll have to see. And we'll definitely monitor the flight throughout in case we come across any unexpected rough air, not to sound cliche. But engine parameters are looking really good. Everything's running smoothly. We're on track. We're in the proper nav modes. And we're going exactly where we should go. Alright, 1,000 to go. We're looking at a cruise speed of Mach 0.79 or 5, which is pretty normal. If we do run into some crazy rough air, though, I'm definitely going to have to back that up a little bit. We're about leveled off. It looks like we are in cruise mode. Then what I'm going to do is just sit here for about a minute to monitor to see if we're running into rough air or anything, although it does look like it's pretty smooth right now. If it continues to be nice, we will definitely have to turn off the seatbelt signs. Alright, we're making a turn. Once we roll out, as long as everything's still good, those lights will come off. Looks like we're going to be dealing with a direct tailwind as well. It's only 31 knots, but again, anything helps, so that's good. Alright, and it does appear that the air is doing a lot better up here, so let's get those seatbelt signs off, allow the passengers to move about. Double check that everything overhead looks good. It does. We're still getting positive charge from the engines. Sweet. Alright. Alright, so now we're in cruise. So now we can just kick back, relax for a while. Top of descent is coming in roughly about 400 miles. So kick back, relax, enjoy the flight, enjoy the view, and we should be returning soon. And obviously I'll still be around monitoring, making sure that we don't get tossed around or anything. Feel free to go crazy in the chat. I will respond. Let's go. Alright, so we're looking at about
You're
6...
hot.
Anyway, we're about 60 miles from the top of descent, so what we're going to do is, since we don't have an arrival into Buffalo, we're just going to go ahead and go straight to the approach. ILS runway 23. Actually, before we do that, let's just take one more look at Buffalo's METAR and verify that the winds are still favoring runway 23, which they are, 210 at 10. So we'll go to approaches, we'll look up the ILS localizer, runway 23, and we'll start briefing it. So our approach frequencies are going to be 111.3, and we're going to want to get that into both nav radios. So let's get 111.3 in nav 1 and nav 2. Switch those to active. Okay, then we're going to go to our radio stack and just verify it's that in the plane. So 111.3 active here and active here as well. Cool. Next thing is going to be the approach course. We're looking at 235 for the final approach course. So let's take our course bugs here and put the 235. I almost spun that knob the wrong way. Oh, went way past that. 235 and 235. And the next thing I'm going to do is grab the altimeter setting, which is 3005 at Buffalo, so we'll get that on standby. And in the white here we have 3005 on standby. Excellent, love to see that. And then the minimums we're looking at are 926. So let's set that on our PFD. And it takes a while to scroll up to the altitude. Alright, our barrel minimums are 926 on the PFD, and the next thing we're going to do is grab our VREF speed. So let's go to the performance tool, landing en route, runway ID, runway 23, and then we're going to import the aircraft details. Flaps config 30, auto brakes 3 is just fine, VREF at 5, I like it. We'll import the weather, 210 at 10, that matches, and we'll calculate. Cool. So our VREF is going to be 147, and we're going to be doing that at 30 knots. So let's go to the FMC here, go to init ref, index, and then the approach. And what we're going to do is we're just going to put 30 for flaps 30, slant 147, so 147 is our VREF speed. So now we have that input here on the approach page, and it's telling us 143 up here, but we're adding 5, so that's why the 147 is what we're rolling with. We'll come up here to our PFD, and sure enough, we have our reference and our flap setting. Alright, so we're about ready for the approach. Let's go ahead and just brief a little more real quick. If we have to go mist, we're going to climb to 3,000, direct Wabus and hold. It looks like we're going to be doing a... what's caught on there? We're going to be doing a parallel... Yeah, we'll be doing a parallel entry to enter that hold, but I doubt we're going to go mist. It's pretty VFR at Buffalo. At Traba, we want to be at 4,000, and then we'll maintain 4,000 in the procedure turn, because we're going to back course this pretty much, and then we're going to be making that procedure turn inbound, and then shooting the ILS. So 4,000 in the procedure turn, and then after 4,000 down to 2,300 until we intercept the glide slope, and then we ride the glide slope down to the runway. All right, and our minimums, we're looking at 926, RVR 18 or a half mile as well. So now we're set for the approach, and we're getting close to our top of descent, and just to make sure that our plane does a decent job at maintaining 250 knots or below, under 10,000, we'll start our descent early, seeing as how the 7.3 is pretty slick and it doesn't like to slow down that much. So we'll set our altitude bug to 4,000, and let's go ahead and initiate the descent on the descent page in our FMC. We'll execute it and get those fasten seatbelt signs on as we may be going through rough air throughout the descent. All right, so now we just monitor the aircraft. And we will mic is low. Hey Toasty, you hear me now? Is this better? Anyway, so we're set up for the approach and we'll monitor our descent, and then I'll come back online once we get in our approach phase. Alright, so we're coming up on Buffalo. You can see the city very, very vaguely down here. This is the city of Buffalo, so this is the airport over here. And what we're doing is we're basically back coursing the runway here. Dunkirk to Trava is pretty much back coursing the runway, a little bit off to the right side here, but we're going to be doing a parallel entry in this procedure turn, which means we're going to be, I'll zoom in so maybe we can see it better. We're going to be passing this waypoint, and we're going to be back coursing, and then we're going to make that left turn, and we're going to re-intercept that final approach course, and then we're going to shoot the ILS inbound. So we're currently descending. I don't know what's up with my throat today. I keep getting frogs. So we're descending through 10,000 right now. Actually, I forgot to hit the flight attendant button at 18,000. So we'll get prepared for final descent here, and we are going to turn on our landing lights and get everything ready for below 10,000 feet. So let's go ahead and put down the crash bar for the landing lights. Why is that not working? There we go. Okay, and we're going to turn on the taxi light, have that ready to go. And we're set for below 10,000, and the aircraft is doing a really nice job here getting below 250 now that we're below 10,000, so the plane is doing exactly what we want it to do. Very interesting rapid descent here. But it didn't really bust 250, so that's good. Alright, and you can see the runway right here, which we're doing the back course for. Now, we could just do a visual and fly the downwind and, you know, do a basic VFR traffic pattern into the runway, but I want to make it interesting and keep the instrument procedures in practice and maintain proficiency. That's very key in aviation. Forgive me while I check something real quick. Alright, everything's looking good. Cool. Alright, so we're looking at about 12 miles from Trava, and it does look like it has that parallel entry put in for us. Looks like we're going to hit 4,000 feet just before Trava, which is perfect. And we will maintain 4,000 in that procedure turn, and then descend down to 2,300. Verify via the chart. Yep, 2,300. Unless we pick up the glide slope before that, which I'm thinking we might. So if we pick up the glide slope, altitude is always your friend, so we'll stay at 4,000 as we're intercepting the glide slope, but if we don't pick it up, we'll descend down to 2,300 and we'll intercept it where we need to intercept it. So 10 miles from Trava and the procedure will begin. And what I'm going to do here is see what speed it has us at Trava. It has us at 221 at Trava, so I'm going to go ahead and do a speed intervention here. And I'm going to slow us down to 210 knots. So that as we're entering this procedure turn, we're going to be at 210. So we're not busting any speed limits in this hold. And that would be the outer marker for the ILS 23. So right now we're picking up the localizer, but no glide slope yet, probably because we're back coursing. We're coming up on Trava here. So it actually looks like it's having us do a teardrop entry because we're coming a little bit from the right side. So instead of a parallel, it's a teardrop, but that's fine. It doesn't matter what entry we make as long as we are in the procedure turn and we turn back around to intercept the final approach course. So what I'm going to do is set the heading bug for runway heading, which is 235. Alright, and we're doing really good on the speed. Alright, so it looks like we're making that turn, which is really good. Make sure my chair is properly seated here. And at some point here we should be picking up a glide slope. We do have the ILS frequency active. Alright. So we're looking good so far. Trava's about 10 miles from the end of the runway. We're still looking for that glide slope to come in. Maybe as we get closer, it'll finally pick up. I do know when we were back coursing, we were a little bit high, so maybe we weren't getting that signal. So as we're doing this now, we're just going to wait for that glide slope to come in, and if that... Oop. Oh, Buffalo Approach signed on, okay. Just as we're about to land, Buffalo Approach signs on, so we're looking at 126.15. Let's go ahead and get that there. Buffalo Approach, good evening. Sun Country 1057 is about 4 miles from Trava, inbound ILS 23.
Sun Country 1057, Buffalo Approach. Buffalo weather is, the ATIS is not up yet, but the altimeter is 3006. The winds of the field are 220 at 10.23, clear to land.
Alright, altimeter 3006, runway 23, cleared to land, Sun Country 1057. Alright, so we are picking up that glide slope, so I armed
Special
the...
aircraft Buffalo, information hotel is current, wind 2305. I'm sorry, wind 22010, altimeter 3006.
Okay, so altimeter is 3006, and we did pick up that glide slope as we got closer to Trava, so I armed the approach mode. I turned on Command B for the ILS, so this should be able to follow the ILS all the way down. And we do have ATC for the final segment of this flight, which is pretty cool. So knowing that ATC is now online here, I almost want to fly out of here for our next leg for the stream. For the surprise one, anyway. Alright, so that glide slope is coming in. We're going to slow down to 190. And we're going to drop some flaps, gears coming down. And verify we have 3 greens, and we'll start slowing the aircraft down as need be. Alright, 3 greens on the bottom, 3 greens up top, landing gears down. We'll arm the speed brake. And we'll start introducing flaps.
Here is Delta and Migrated uniform, now current.
Okay. We'll go 180 knots, flaps 5. Slow down to 170, get flaps 15, 2500. We'll zoom in to 10 miles out so we have a close-up picture on approaching the runway. Alright, that's about 7 miles-ish, so let's go to 160 on the speed, and we'll go flaps 25. And when we're 5 miles, we'll slow down to 150, go flaps 30, and prepare ourselves for landing. And we do have clearance to land from ATC. Alright, 5 miles out, we'll slow down to 150 and flaps 30. And then once the flaps settle into 30, we'll turn the auto throttle off. We'll manage that by hand. And then if the approach continues to be stable, we'll go ahead and fly this thing in by hand from there on out. We have a green command up top, so we do have a dual channel ILS, which is good. Flaps are 30, speed's 150. Let's go ahead and take the throttle, auto throttle off, and we will maintain speed by hand to get rid of that alarm right there. And we want to be about 150, so let's add just a hair of extra power. Alright, so this is not as bumpy
1,000.
as the departure out of Minneapolis, although there is a little bit of gustiness, it seems, so we'll just account for that. Oh, and we're slowing down significantly for some reason. Oh, probably some wind shear. Okay, we'll take this by hand. And that crosswind's coming from the right side. We don't want to be too high, so we'll drop down just a little bit. Get back on center line here. We're a little bit off to the right side, so we'll turn left to maintain it.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue. Oops. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I did not mean to do
Sink
that.
rate.
50, 40, 30, 20,
This is going to be a little bit of a floater.
10.
Come on. Come on, baby. Nice and easy. There we go. That was greasy. Maintain that center line. We have 2 in reverse. Oop. Popping a bit of a wheelie here. Ease that nose down. Good. Looks like we'll be going to the end on this one. Alright, 60 knots reversers are coming out. We'll take over manual braking. And we'll stow the speed brakes. And as we're exiting, we will turn on the APU. And approach Sun Country 1057 is to gate 11.
Sun Country 1057, taxi parking via Alpha, have a connect.
Taxi to parking via Alpha, Sun Country 1057, and we did have a 10 knot loss on final. Have a good night.
Appreciate the support, thank you.
Yeah, bit of an airspeed drop. We did lose 10 knots, roughly about 1,000 feet off the ground. Okay, now that we're off the runway, let's go ahead and get those flaps stowed away all the way to 0. We're clear of the runway, so landing lights can all come off, and we can turn off the strobes. Cool. And now that we're on the ground, the yaw damper and the probe heats can come off. And we'll get rid of that master caution, as that's for the yaw damper. So not a terrible landing, a little bit on the floaty side. I got a sink rate warning, and I overcompensated on the elevator to try and recover from that. That was a mistake on my part, but we recovered pretty nicely. Just a little bit of a floater, but that was a greaser, and we used all the runway, but we stopped on time, so nothing to really worry about there. Just maybe a little bit of fine-tuning on the skills. It's been a while since I landed in conditions like that in the sim. It's been pretty calm overall every time I fly on this game, so could be better, could be worse. So now we're taking Alpha, and then we're wrapping around the entire terminal on the right side, because gate 11 is on the other side off of Kilo, which I'll show you real quick. So we'll go to the airport information, and we're going to be wrapping around here on Charlie, and then Kilo, and gate 11 is going to be in this corner right here. So we'll slow down a little bit as we're about to turn. And And then we'll keep it on the slower side as now we're starting to get into the apron area. Want to keep our eyes peeled. And making that right turn on kilo. Now that's the first time in a while that I haven't had any stutters on short final. I did also just get an Ethernet cable. Finally got that hooked up to the PC in my new place, so that probably helped a lot. And gate 11 is going to be the second from last on our right side over here. So this one's 14 and the next one's going to be 11 right there. So we'll start slowing down. And this is going to be a little bit more than a 90-degree turn, so we'll slow down quite a bit and then we'll crank those wheels over. We'll pass it just by a little bit. And now we'll go into the outside view and try and line up with this as best as we can. And normally you would turn the taxi light off, but I'm trying to see something here. So we overshot that just a little bit, nothing too bad. So let's get back on track. We'll just go as slow as we need to get this on point. Okay. And we'll just take this to the first line. Alright, cool. So now we're at our parking spot. So the parking brake is coming on. The fasten seatbelt line, seatbelt sign is getting turned off. We will cut fuel to both engines, shut them down. And then below 20% N1, we will come up here and turn our beacon off. And let's get that dome light on. And I made a mistake. I forgot to turn on the APU gen. But there we are. And we're getting positive amperage from the APU, which is good. Alright, window heats can come off. The hydraulics can come off. The packs, APU bleed is coming on. Engine bleed's off. ISOL valve is open. And we'll trip that zone temp. Looking good there. Alright. Now we can pull up the gate. We'll set ourselves some chocks. And we'll get the gate to pull up to the aircraft. Alright, and the jet bridge is hooked up and we are in a turnaround state. Alright, so that was a really good flight overall. The takeoff out of MSP was a little bit rough. The winds were doing something really wild over there, gusting pretty hard. There was a gust as high as 39 knots not too long before we took off out of there. The plane behaved a little weird after rotation. We were keeping center line on the runway and then something just kind of fell apart towards the end there. I'm not really sure what. Might be some fine-tuning the skills. It might also be flight sim is a little bit weird with the wind data and turbulence and stuff like that. But everything else, we got back on track. Plane did exactly what we wanted it to do. Really nice procedure turn. We got ATC right before we were about to land, so that was really cool. And the touchdown was a little bit of a floater, but it was a greaser. We stopped before the end of the runway. It was really good. So now we're going to throw it to the Be Right Back screen. And the surprise flight that I would like to do is I want to try streaming flying the CRJ on Flight Sim 2024. I've tried the CRJ on my own without streaming just to see how it performs in the sim, and it seems to do a relatively good job. The only thing that I've realized that I've had to do is I have to load the 2024 sim twice to get it to be stable, and then it performs okay. So we might be on the Be Right Back screen for a while, but when we come back to it, we'll be loaded in the CRJ, and we're going to see how this goes. This is going to be a lot shorter of a flight, but I wanted to try it out and see what happens as part of the celebration. So I will be right back, and Flight Sim 2024, here we come. Alright, we are finally back. So after loading the sim twice and trying to set everything up, it seems like this should hold up. This is really the ultimate test on both the 2024 flight sim and my computer working together to try and make a live stream function, and we will be on VATSIM as well, so that's going to make things even more interesting. Alright, but kind of the nice thing about the Flight Sim 2024 is you get this nice little pre-flight, you know, opportunity where you can walk around the aircraft and it shows most of the lights on. The landing lights still don't work, but that's okay. Looking at the leading edge here, we're getting a lot of detail over here. Nav lights work just fine. The strobes are blinking. We got some nice highly detailed line text over here. Ramp agents, actually, because this is the airlines, it's not a GA ramp. Landing gear looks really good. It looks really detailed. Everything that would be in the plane is looking like it's there. That's good. The tail section, you can kind of see into the aircraft up there. You can see like the vents and stuff, so the windows are see-through. That's really, really cool. The engines look nice. Looks like we got a PDC from VATSIM. And we will be flying from the Buffalo Airport to Detroit. So, looks like we got a little bit of stuttering here. That doesn't give me a lot of hope, but we'll find out as we go. Okay. Got some chocks, some nicely detailed chocks there, cool. Just kind of looking at the general condition of the aircraft. We have a nav light and a strobe light making us absolutely blind over there. Okay. Kind of wish that you could open this fuel panel up right here, and there should be a single point access over here. It might be below. No, it should be this door right here, but that's alright. Okay. But look at that, nice and highly detailed. We have some very clear writing. We even got like down to the nuts and bolts pretty much of this thing. It looks really good. I like it a lot. Even the tug is kind of nice looking as well. So we're doing our walk around and we're going to enter the aircraft and hopefully it performs a little bit better from here. Alright, so let's see. I feel like performance is definitely stuttering just a little bit, but we're gonna try and ride it through and see just how bad it really is. Okay. Buffalo Approach is still online, so we'll get ATC as we go on there. We'll get this camera on so we can see. Alright. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set the weight and the balance for the aircraft based off of our flight plan. So it looks like we have a full flight today, 90 passengers. We can import the OFP. Look at that, we're getting exactly what we planned. That's kind of cool. And we did get a PDC as well, so we'll keep that on standby there. And it's a little peculiar to me. I'm getting a GPU graphics setting thing, so we might have to change something if this really doesn't work out. Okay. So we got the METAR for Buffalo here. That's really cool. We got the METAR for Detroit. That's really cool too. And our alternate as well, which is Cleveland. And then it really interesting. It should use. I feel like it would have used our flight plan to auto-fill in this information on the charts page, but I guess not. But that's okay. We'll just put it in ourselves. Buffalo, Detroit, and Cleveland. Have that on standby. Alright, performance. So, like I said, we do have a full flight, so it's going to be 90 passengers. Cargo, we're looking at a total of 4,500, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put 1,500 in the front, 3,000 in the back, oops. And then our block fuel today is going to be 8093. Okay. Cool, so 8093, and we're going to set it in the simulator and verify that we're within our limits, which we are. Cool. We'll go to our checklists, have that on standby, and let's go ahead and get some power to the aircraft. And we're just going to turn all of the panel lights up, if it'll allow us to do so. Oh, you know what? I gotta start the APU. Duh. Okay, so the gear lever's down, the speed brakes are stowed, flaps are up, the thruster levers are in the cutoff position. That's good. Alright, let's go ahead and try and get power to this aircraft. So we're gonna open the APU in-byte door and start the APU. And we get a start confirmation up here. I always forget what's what. Okay, so 2 is overhead panel, or 3 is overhead panel, 2 is EFB. I'm trying to remember the camera settings over here. And the APU is starting up. Power's increasing, that's good. And then real quick, before we actually begin this, I am going to go to the settings and verify that everything is the way I left it. No, it's not. Yep. That's the problem, is it didn't save my settings from last time. Okay. So let's resume and see if this performs better. Oh yeah, it's doing a much better job. Not perfect by any means, but definitely better than what I had before. Okay. Because the last time I flew this plane in 2024, I did have to change the graphics settings just because the numbers on the screens were changing incredibly slow and were basically like blending into each other, and it made it really, really difficult to set any bugs or anything like that without going way over or without doing it at, you know, 2 miles an hour. So let's get our IRSs to nav mode and then we can start running our flows. Okay. Go to the overhead panel here. Alright, so the battery master's on, the AC's off, we're good there. AC power we don't need right now, so we're all set there. All of our generators are in the auto position, that's good. The fire detection still doesn't work. I've tried testing that over and over again. You're really looking for your lights on the dash here to light up, and there will be a message on the right side over here saying fire test or something like that, but it doesn't seem to want to work, so that kind of stinks. Hydraulic SOVs are closed and guarded. Those look good. We don't need those. Nav and logo lights can both come on. Our fuel pumps can stay off for now. All of our bleeds are normal or auto. ISOL valve is closed, but that will be automatic. Because of the bleed valves here are on auto. APU is on, that's good. All of our start switches and our continuous ignition are all off and extinguished, that's good. Hydraulics will leave off for now, we don't need those. Our landing altitude, resource usage exceeds GPU memory capacity. Yeah, see, I don't know, something's going on. Maybe my PC can't do this and stream at the same time. Well, we're just going to keep running with it and see what ends up happening in the end. So, where was I anyway? Oh yeah, so landing elevation is 645 at Detroit. So what we're going to do is we're going to set 640 as our landing elevation down here. It's really hard to see, but that should be 640, which it is, so that's good. Let's go back to the overhead panel. We'll turn on the packs, turn the recirc fan on. Everything's good here. We're not doing anything manually, so that's fine. Air conditioning for the aft cargo. We'll turn on the air conditioning because it is very warm outside in the Buffalo area. We'll turn on the window heats. Probes can stay off for now. And the miscellaneous lights, we're doing good there. We can see everything, we're fine. All of our taxi and landing lights are off for now. ELT is in the arm position. Passenger oxygen is, the light's extinguished and it's guarded, that's good. No smoking comes on. Seatbelt signs come on, and emergency lights can be armed. Cool. And then we'll run across the autopilot panel here. So our PDC is giving us a climbing altitude of 10,000, so we'll set that. Oh, actually, that was already set for us. Okay. And we're using runway 23, so we'll set the... Actually, we'll sync the heading before we take off. We're fine there. Everything else looks good for now. We'll go ahead and grab an altimeter setting. Switch that to inches. And we'll grab ATIS information from Buffalo. Oh, if it were to exist. Altimeter is 3003. Alright. So let's go ahead and put that in there. That's good. Alright, and we'll just leave that where it is for now. Let's go ahead and do the stick shaker test. Okay, it indicates a stall. The stick shakers go, and the force forward is good as well. Alright, so the warn reset we don't need to touch. The horn is fine. It's closed, guarded. Excellent. Anti-skid is armed. That's good. Okay, we get a good indication there. And we get a warning there as well. Good. Lamp test. Light up the plane like a Christmas tree. Look at that. Alright. And these lights are all extinguished as well, so that's good. We'll come down here. We'll arm the thrust reversers. Speed brakes stay up. Both thrust levers are in cutoff. The pitch and roll disconnects are both stowed. They're down and locked. That's good. Flaps are up. Now let's go to the lower panel here. And running from up to down, left to right. Turn this camera up just a little bit. Cool. We'll deal with the frequencies once we're ready to contact ATC. All of our volume knobs are in the position we want. COM 1 is enabled. That's good. Our radar stuff is fine. We'll go ahead and ATC select to 1. We'll throw the standby radio on. We'll turn the stab trim on, and the avionics and display fans are both in the normal position. That's good. And the flight deck door, we're good for there right now. That's fine. And then let's check the electronics. Okay, so the electronics, the battery's running. The APU generator is also working as well. That's good. Let's go to the battery page by hitting electronics again. And everything is green. We're getting positive voltage, positive amperage, and our batteries are not dying. Excellent. And then we'll check the fuel page as well. Everything's in the green. Fuel temp looks normal. We have the proper amount of fuel on board. We're at 80, 60 on the fuel. That looks good. And the yaw damper doesn't seem to want to turn on until we get our IRSs aligned, which is weird, but fine. So we'll check the passenger, well, the crew oxygen. Oop, that one's good. A little bit of a stutter there. Can we test this side? Yes, we can. Alright. So the oxygen is checked. The audio warning panel's checked. Electrical power is checked. The fire detection doesn't work in this plane right now. External lights are on. We're good there. Fuel panel was checked. Bleed air panel was checked. APU was checked. Start panel checked. Hydraulic checked. ELT is armed. We'll go ahead and turn on the hydraulics actually now since the checklist wants us to do so. So the 3A is coming on and the rest of them are going to auto. So let's go down here. Let's take a look at our hydraulics page. And the hydraulics are looking good. 3,000 psi on the pressure. That is perfect. Cool. Let's go back to the stat page. We'll go to the checklist once again. Checklist, cool. ELT, yep. Cabin pressure panel was checked. Air conditioning's good. Anti-ice, we're good there. Windshield heat is on low. Emergency lights armed. Standby compass looks good, facing the proper direction. Nose wheel steering is off. Clocks, we don't need the clocks for this flight. We're just doing kind of a test run. I'm not worried about the clocks. Instrument panels are checked. Upper pedestal's good. Thrust lever quadrant is good. Avionics are good. Trims, we'll go ahead and look. 6.8 is going to be our takeoff trim. So let's go ahead and set that. Okay. 6.8 is set for trim. That's good. Back to checklists. Yaw damper, once the IRS is aligned, they'll be engaged. Select source panel, normal, FMS1. which we'll get once the IRS is aligned as well, and we get a flight plan in the computer. Alright, before start checklist, we're looking good there. Alright, so let's go ahead and put all of our information in the FMC now. So, nav data, everything looks good. Active database, date, 23rd of June, 25. Okay, that's good. So, let's go ahead to position in it. Our reference airport is KBUF. And we're going to go to next page, copy our GNSS1 position, go to previous page, and we're going to set it in the position right there. And our IRSs are still aligning, so we'll let it do that. Go to our flight plan page. We're going from Buffalo to Detroit. Buffalo, oops, not F, I wanted K. K, D, T, W, good. Our alternate is Cleveland. Alright, and our flight number today is Endeavor. Oop. Interesting. That's weird. Looks like I briefly got booted off of VATSIM, probably a connection thing. So yeah, maybe streaming the new sim isn't the greatest thing in the world. Okay. Anyway, our alternate didn't seem to go in there. Okay, so we're 5243. Oops. There we go. Okay. CLE Cleveland. Okay, that one populated. Good. Alright. We'll execute that flight plan, and then we will go to departures and arrivals. We're doing the Buffalo 8 departure. We're taking off from runway 23, and that's all we need there. And then we will be going straight into our arrival at Detroit. We're going to be doing the Top Gun 2 arrival. It's a couple pages down. Top Gun 2 via Donio. And we're just going to leave the runway out of there for now. And then we'll go ahead and put Donio up here. Execute, get rid of the discontinuity. And once we discover a runway to land on, we'll go from there. Alright, go back to flight plan. We'll do our performance in it. We got 90 passengers on board. We have 4,500 pounds of cargo, like so, and the fuel on board is 8035, so let's go ahead and put that in there. And then our cruise altitude is flight level 260, and we don't have an alternate cruise for this flight. We're good there. VNAV set up, and let's just get some standard VNAV information in there. 320/.77. We'll go next page, 0.77/300. That should give us roughly, you know, a good VNAV for the arrival into Detroit. Cool. And then Perfinet. Sweet. And then the last thing is go to the performance page, and we're looking at a flex temp of 36 degrees Celsius. There we go. So we have a flex temp confirmed on the engine display page right there. That's good. And our FMC is just about loaded up. Alright. And our IRSs are still aligning. So while we're waiting for those, we'll go to performance and we'll set our V speeds. We're going to need a little bit of floodlight here because, boy, can I not see those knobs. So V1, we're looking at 147 knots. Okay. VR is also 147. V rotate. And then V2 is 156. Internet crash out, oh no. Alright. And then VT is 204. Alright, 204, so our V speeds are set. And while we're waiting for our IRSs to align, we'll go ahead and run the before start checklist. So the passenger signs are on, landing elevation is set. Altimeters are set, 3003, that's good. FMS is checked and set, IRSs are aligning. Radios and nav aids, we'll go ahead and tune the radios to Buffalo approach, 12615. And we got that in there, and then we'll put Unicom on standby because it looks like there's no further ATC beyond Buffalo approach. That is correct, alright. Cool. Alright, so we have Buffalo approach loaded up. We have Unicom on standby. Let's get rid of these alerts because we're fine for now. And once we get ready for pushback, we should be solid. And it looks like we're just going to have to do a normal straight back pushback. I don't have any pushback clients or anything for 2024. So let's go back down to the lower pedestal and we're just going to verify our squawk. We're supposed to squawk 4553. So let's go ahead and do that. And that doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. So the Logitech radio panel does not quite work with this plane the same way as it does every other plane. That's fine. And pushback is our discretion. We'll call for taxi. So it looks like we're pretty set up. Now we're just waiting for these IRSs to align so we can finish up here. And it does look like they just aligned. So before we push back, let's get the GPWS test going.
Slow. Pull up. Terrain. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
And I guess that's it. Okay. Interesting. So we got the ground proximity, and then the last thing I would want to do is get the TCAS tested. Let's go ahead and test the TCAS. Alright, we're getting the blips, we're getting the red lines on the VSI.
TCAS system test okay.
Alright, cool. And saying TA only, I wonder if that's an automatic thing. I just want to make sure. Traffic is on, mode automatic, TA only. Oh, okay, so yeah, it's automatic, cool. Alright, so now we're ready for pushback, so let's go ahead and get this beacon on. Before start, cleared to start. The electronics are fine, the takeoff data is set, the doors, make sure we're closed and locked, which we are, the chocks are also removed, okay. Didn't load any passengers for this one. Beacon, I just turned on, right? Yeah, beacon is on, good. Fuel pumps are coming on. Oops, I always forget that it's different for the CRJ. Fuel pumps are on, we'll verify the quantity. 8010, we're looking good there. Hydraulic pumps are all on, and the parking brake will come off when we're ready for pushback. Alright. Parking brake is coming out. Let's go ahead and push back. So it's very interesting for the pushback to give us an immediate turn like this, but that's okay. Let's just go ahead and begin engine start. So we're going to hold the right engine start for 3 seconds until the light comes on. That's good. You can hear the pack turn off to get power. N2 is rising. All right. And then we'll just stop the pushback here. Let the tug go away. 20% N2, we'll go ahead and unlock the thrust lever and put it in the not cut off position. Oh wow, that's... It's actually very strange. The thrust levers were not in the shut off position. I should have known better than that. That's alright though, right engine's coming up, everything's turning green. Just waiting for that oil pressure to get up to the standard. And look at that, it's green. Alright, engine 2 is looking stable. It has stabilized, it's a good start, negative hot start, we're good there. Let's go ahead and same process for left engine, hold for about 3 seconds, light comes on, you hear the pack turn off, and N2 is rising. Alright, 20% N2, we'll introduce fuel. There we go. And we're monitoring our engine gauges again. Alright, negative hot start. And everything is in the green, and both engines are stabilized. Alright, we have 2 good starts, so now we'll turn on the yaw damper. And that message disappears, and now that we have both engines running, our generators are on auto, so we'll turn off the APU. And we'll close the invite door. Alright, look at that. And then we'll go ahead and box those messages right there. That's looking good. And let's go ahead and do the after start. So generators are on auto, that's good. Electrics, we'll double check that those are working properly now. So electrics, we're looking here, generator 1 and generator 2 from the engines are in the green and they're looking very good. We'll go to hydraulics as well, verify those are all in the green. Yes, they are. Everything is 3000 psi, that looks good to me. And we'll double check the trim one more time. Oops. Got to get used to these camera views. The trim is 6.8. That looks good to me. Alright, let's go to the checklist. Alright, bleed valves are on auto. That's good. Packs are on. APU is off. The anti-ice, let's go ahead and get those probe heats on. And then lastly, nose wheel steering. That's good. Now let's do taxi. So flaps are going to go to 8. And we'll check the flight controls. Flight control page right here. Alright, so our flaps are 8. Let's go ahead and check the flight controls. Right aileron and spoilers up, left aileron down, left aileron and spoilers up, right aileron down. Elevator full forward, elevator full aft, full right rudder, full left rudder. Flight controls are free and correct. Alright. So we'll go back to our stat page. Hope if I can get the proper view here. There we go. Okay, trims are green and checked, those are good. Thrust reversers are armed, the flight instruments are checked, and the brake temp. We'll take a peek at the brake temp. It should be 0. Oh, they're all at 1. Perfect. Love to see it. And before takeoff is our next checklist. Alright, so we're about ready to taxi. So let's get that nose light on and dome light off so we can see. And let's give ATC a call. Alright. Buffalo Approach Endeavor 5243 is ready to taxi.
Number 5243, runway 23, taxi via Alpha Cross, runway 32.
Runway 23, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 32, Endeavor 5243. Alright, so one very strange thing here is my push to talk is apparently binded to something else as well. So let's get rid of that. We're going to delete that assigned control, go back, save, and resume the flight. Alright. Parking brake is off, and let's try and taxi. Okay. Somehow I managed to turn the parking brake on. Alright. And we're getting onto Alpha over here. And I can already tell it's a little bit stuttery, which is a little bit scary to me, but... Alright, all our landing lights are coming on, and strobe lights are also coming on. We're crossing a runway, clear right, clear left, and clear to cross. Probably taxi a little bit faster than this. Flying the plane. Alright, open. We're no longer crossing a runway, so the landing lights can come off. And the strobes for now. And the winds are still pretty much right down the pipe. 210 at 8, that's not too bad. The winds are calming down, which is a good sign. Alright, and we'll run our before takeoff checklist. Lights and strobes can all come on. We'll do that as soon as we enter the runway. The fuel cross flow is going to go in auto. That pops up a message here, so we'll rebox those real quick. If I could see. There we go, they're boxed. That's good. Flight attendants are advised. Transponder and TCAS is on and set. That's fine. We're on the ground, so TA only is fine. Radar and terrain display we don't need for this area, and CAS is checked. We're looking good there. So we are ready for takeoff. Alright. And we'll hold short of the runway and give a call, ready for departure. Verify he's still online. Yes, he is. Cool. All right. Interesting. Saw something about free charts. Chartfox.org. Huh. Okay. I didn't know that existed. That's kind of cool. All right. And Buffalo approach, Endeavor 52. Oh, I got disconnected again. This is not working out too well. And approach Endeavor 5243, short of runway 23, ready for departure.
Endeavor 5243, stand by. I got an airplane doing something buffy on the runway. I don't really know what's going on here with him, but okay, looks like he disconnected. The winds are 210 at 8, runway fire heading, runway 23, clear for takeoff.
Alright, runway heading, runway 23, cleared for takeoff, Endeavor 5243. Alright, that's interesting. There was a TBM at the end of the runway just doing a bunch of nonsense. Seems like he landed with a tailwind as well. That's really interesting. Alright, landing lights are coming on, recog lights, strobe lights, and we'll also throw the wing inspection lights on as well. Not that we're expecting any icing, but you never know. Let's go ahead and get lined up with the runway here. And it is extremely hard to see, so we'll turn the dome light on. Put the aircraft in toga mode. Alright, and I have runway 23 on the heading indicator, can barely see anything else. Alright, engines are going to 60% N1. And they're stable. Toga. Alright, 100 knots, we'll cross-check there. On the center line. Alright, V1 or rotate. Don't want to go too fast on the nose-up pitch. There we go. Alright, and we have a positive rate. Gears coming up. A little bit bumpy here. Forgot to sync the heading. That would have
Endeavor 5243, better contact 1 mile to the southwest of the Buffalo Airport. Climb maintain 10,000, close direct Donio.
Alright, direct Donio, climb and maintain 10,000, Endeavor 5243. Okay, so let's go ahead and throw that in nav mode. We're going to go in speed mode as well, and we'll engage the autopilot. And as we're picking up speed, we're going to take out some flaps. Why is this plane rocking back and forth so heavily? So we'll climb at 250 knots. And flaps all the way up before I forget. Don't want to get distracted by the rocking that this plane's doing right now. Okay, we're gonna set climb power. And we'll pull up the Buffalo 8 departure just to make sure that we don't bust any speed restrictions if they do so exist. Throw that into night mode because boy is that white blinding. 10,000 is the top for the SID. And we are not... Okay, we're not breaking any speed restrictions. That's a good sign. Excellent. Alright, let's go to our climb check. Fuel cross flow is going to go to auto, so that can come off. Bleed and APU are all in auto. APU is off, that's good. Thrust reversers can come off. And the CAS, we check, still boxed, no new indications, we're looking good there. And descent checklist will be our next checklist. Alright. Now we just monitor and see how this does. So it's leveling off at 10,000, which is good. Kind of sped up a little bit on that, so let's use the throttle to get us back to 250.
Endeavor 5243 and climbing MSFS contact Unicom 122.8.
122.8, Endeavor 5243. See. Nice. Alright, so we'll go ahead back to climbing for our altitude, which is flight level 260. Oops. I hit something there. I'm going to turn on the dome light to make sure I didn't... Okay, everything looks good. Alright, so we're going to 122.8. That's active, and we're just going to... Oh, right. Put our thrust setting back to climb. Alright, there we go. Now we're going to climb where we want to climb. Getting distracted by all the nonsense occurring. Sweet. Now we're back on track. Alright, we'll go back to charts. Go to our arrival. Hope you know what. We gotta go to the airport that we're going to and then look up the arrival. There we go. We're doing the Top Gun 2 and we are starting at Donio, and we're at or above flight level 240 when we cross over Wolfman. And we want to be at 280 knots there. And then down to between 1000 and 4000 at Top Gun at 280 knots as well. And then from there we'll expect vectors. So the winds at Detroit are 220 at 09er. So let's see what runways are available to us. Airport info. Oh wow, looking right down the runway. So we're going to use runway 21 right because it's the closest to the terminal, so we're not going to get blasted with a long taxi. So let's do that. 21 right, we'll go ahead and put that info in there. Go back to the departure arrival, go to Detroit arrivals. The Top Gun 2 is exactly what we want. And then we're looking for ILS 21 right, if that exists. It might not. Okay, it doesn't look like it does, so what we are going to do is 2-2 left. Keep us close to the terminal so we don't have a crazy long taxi. Alright, so let's go to the legs page and just verify that this is all doing exactly what we want it to do. So beginning at Donio. Okay, so let's take Rouge here, put that in that discontinuity, and then we'll take this Donio and put it in direct 2, and then we'll execute, and look at that. Same arrival, but now we have a runway attached to it. And now we're above 18,000, so our altimeters are going to standard. And this should be a relatively short cruise. Now we can go back to the arrival page here, Top Gun 2. And we should be showing up here any minute. I'm going to go ahead and take this and turn the right side screen into our VNav page. So we can actually go to MFD menu, window, VNav. And it has a VNav profile put in there for us. Alright. We are looking good. And then on the V-Pilot, I'm just going to look up the CTAF for the Detroit airport, so we have that ready to go. 135.0, we'll put that on standby. Looks good to me. And given that this plane is kind of a beast when it comes to performance, I expect us to get to cruise relatively early, and we should have at least a few minutes at cruise altitude. And then I'm curious where this would have our top of descent. Oh, it doesn't really give us one. Let's see. What if we were to go to our legs page, oh, we're already there, and remove the vectors here. We'll execute that. And it's telling us it's in about 9 minutes. 63 nautical miles. Oh, yep, that is counting down. All right, cool. So a very short cruise. So we're not going to turn the seatbelt signs off because we will be descending just as quickly as we climbed. Pull back a little bit of power. back with you in just a moment. Alright, so top of descent is already going to be here. It's looking about 16 nautical miles. It's saying 2 minutes, so let's go ahead and get prepared for that. Our bottom altitude for Wolfman is flight level 240, so let's go ahead and set that for now. And then, is our top of descent hidden somewhere in here? No, it's not. It's just not showing it all. That's fine. We'll just do it ourselves. Via vertical speed. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Let's go ahead through our descent checklist real quick. We'll go ahead and set the landing elevation, which it is. I just set it for Detroit because Buffalo and Detroit are close enough. Fuel we'll check. We're looking at 58.90. That is plenty for landing. We're well within reserves. That's good to go. TCAS is set, so double check. Above, below. Looks like we're TARA, so that's fine with me. Radar, we don't need. We're not going in any crazy weather or anything like that. The CAS, double check. Messages are still boxed, so nothing new popped up. Landing data is set. We do have a runway and ILS approach. Good. Approach briefing. We're doing the ILS 22 left because it's closer to the terminal, and we're going straight from the arrival to the ILS. So there you go. There's your briefing. Top of descent, we are 7 nautical miles from it, so let's go ahead and we'll just do it now, and we'll start ourselves a nice slow descent. So we'll do 1,500 feet per minute, and we'll walk out the speed a little bit, walk out the throttle a little bit so we don't overspeed. And we'll put a little throttle back in. We're slowing down pretty quickly here. And we'll do 1,500 feet per minute at 300 knots for a little while, just so we know that we're doing all right. All right, so we crossed over Wolfman, so our next bottom altitude is going to be 1,000. So we got 1,000 set, and that's on the chart here. And you know what? I made a mistake. I want to be at 280 knots here, so let's walk some speed out. And let's use the speed bug to help us out just a little bit. Okay. So we can see it better visually. So bottom altitude is 1,000 at Top Gun, and we want to be at 280 knots still. So we'll maintain 280 knots all the way through. Give another heading sync for backup purposes. Cool. Alright, 280 knots. Let's try and use the throttle to maintain that for the time being. Actually, I'm curious. I'm going to zoom out to see where it has us leveling out at 1,000. Okay. So we're looking like we're at a pretty good pace here. We don't really slow down until 10,000 feet, and then we go down to 210 at Ghost. So, and we're maintaining 7,000 once we get to Cheester? I don't even know how to say that. Oh, we're slowing down a little bit. Let's get that speed back up. Get some throttle back in there. So to my surprise, now that I'm in the air and we're flying, the sim is behaving a lot better. It's a lot more stable. I haven't gotten as many of those graphics alerts or whatever. I just wonder if it's on the ground with, you know, the geographical data and stuff like that being loaded in, all of the buildings and so forth. I'm starting to think that the simulator just hasn't optimized the graphics on the ground yet. So it was causing my computer to kind of lag behind a little bit because it was trying to process a lot of information, because I'm still only rocking a Nvidia 2080 Super, so I don't have the 40 series or anything like that. And because it's not optimized, I think it was just having trouble trying to do the sim and stream and VATSIM all at the same time. So that's definitely something I'm going to keep in mind. Probably won't stream a CRJ in this sim, or any third-party aircraft in this sim for that matter, until the next update comes out and I know it's going to be more stable, because right now it's not great. So it looks like we can start increasing our descent rate a little bit. We're going to be a little bit behind there. And we can take a little bit out. There we go. That looks nice. That's about where we want to be. So we'll reach 1000 just after Top Gun. And I think that that's perfect, because the next one you want to be between 8,000 and 10,000. And we'll have to slow down to 250, so we're on track for being right where we want to be within this arrival. We still want to be 280 knots at Top Gun. Alright, so 18,000 feet, we want to have our current altimeter setting, which is 3006. So let's go ahead and put that in there. Now, we'll see as I get closer to the ground in Detroit, we'll see if this sim continues to, or resumes wanting to misbehave. Because I have a feeling it might. This message again, I don't understand. Okay. It's interesting because that happened when my camera turned on. Huh. Alright. Maybe my camera is the final straw for the graphics card? Weird. I'm gonna have to definitely work with some graphics settings in this sim, and I still might wait until the next update to stream because it hasn't gone well so far, but maybe I just have to tune down some graphics settings in the game to be able to stream at the same time. Looks pretty good here, and we are getting a bit of a... Looks like we're getting the snowflake for the VNAV profile, which is kind of cool. It's telling us to descend at 1,700 feet per minute. It waited until now to tell us a descent rate. Well, it probably popped up earlier, but it's, it definitely didn't come up until after Wolfman, or whatever that waypoint was that we needed 240 at, which is fine. Did I ever turn my landing lights off? No, I did not. I didn't turn off the wing inspection either. Too many problems. I'm starting to lose track of this aircraft. Never want to fall behind the aircraft. It's never a good thing. Oh, and you know what? We can lower that altitude to 8,000 now. Let's go ahead and do that. Oops. You know what, since we're approaching 10,000, let's go ahead and get the landing lights back on. Wing inspection will leave off. We don't really need it. Alright, and then we'll just double check our before landing. So, flight attendants are advised, passenger signs are on, thrust reversers we will arm now. And then landing gear and slats and flaps will be as we start approaching the runway. So, before landing is complete. So, we're going down to 250 because we're coming up on 10,000 feet here. Seems like the CRJ has someone occasionally coughing as part of their update. That freaks me out every time. I keep not expecting it. A nautical mile away, so you know what, we'll just drop down the altitude to 7,000 now. Because we will be above 8,000 when we cross over whatever waypoint this is. Oh, yeah. Cheester or whatever it is. Alright, let's go to approach. We're going to do the ILS 22 left, so let's look for that real quick. ILS 22 left. No, that's not it. Oh, ILS Zulu or localizer. Okay. Here we go. So, what's our waypoint here? So, Rouge, Holka. Oh, that's 2-2. There we go. Rouge, Holka. So we want to be at 3,000 by the time we cross Rouge. Now we're starting to want to slow down to 210 knots. So let's go ahead and slow down now so we can get to 210 by the time we hit whatever that waypoint is. I'm not even going to try and pronounce these waypoints anymore. I just cannot figure it out. Very interesting names. So we're staying at 7,000. And we're approaching 110 knots, and let's go ahead and set our power to maintain that speed. We're going to start touching the backside of the power curve here, so we're going to need more power to maintain speed. And for now, we'll leave it in FMS mode, because the direct from whatever this next point is to Rouge seems to be pretty in line with the runway, so we're just going to let the aircraft turn direct Rouge after it crosses the next waypoint, and then We will work on switching it to localizer mode after that. Doing a pretty nice job maintaining 210 knots. I like to see that. Okay, let's continue along our path here before we start descending. We still have almost 20 miles to Rouge. And I do not want to descend too early and be too low. Boy, did this autopilot really overshoot that turn. Okay. I guess that's why they say CRJ autopilots are not the best. Okay, so this direct 2 is not actually lined up with the localizer. That was incorrect. So we'll let this get back on its course for whatever reason it overshot. And it kind of slightly overshot again. So it's going to be a right turn to get back on course. Alright, let's go ahead and slowly descend down to 3,000 now. We don't need to go too quick. Alright, so we've got to slow down back to 210. And we'll level off at 3,000 just a couple miles early, but that's okay because we are visual and we do not see any obstacles or traffic that's going to be in our way. Switch over to Detroit CTAF. Alright, let's go ahead and hit heading sync. And we'll keep it on heading mode for now. We'll keep working the throttle back so we can get to our 210 knots. And now, since we are in heading mode and not nav mode, we're going to switch the nav source to the localizer. I do have a green glide slope coming in. The localizer is also coming in green, so we're looking good there. I want to get a little bit closer before we arm approach mode just to make sure that once we get there, it'll intercept. Alright, and then we're going to level off at 3,000 and slow the aircraft down. We'll drop the gear to help us slow down, because I'm surprised that at a 1,500 foot per minute descent the plane is struggling so hard to slow down, but it is what it is, I guess. Well, that's okay, because we're below the glide slope, and we're going to level off at 3,000 before we intercept, and we're going to be able to drop the gear and flaps and everything, and we'll be good to go. So once we get straight and level, I'm going to arm the approach mode. Oh yeah, we're slowing down really nicely here. Alright, now's an appropriate time to arm approach mode. We're on just about a 30-degree intercept angle, so we like to see that. Glide slope is starting to come in, so now that we're slowing down, let's get our slats down. And we'll maintain about 180 knots. And we're about to the northeast. Detroit traffic, Endeavor 5243 is about 10 miles, 10 miles to the northeast, intercepting the ILS 22 left, Detroit. Look at that. And our glide slope is coming in, so let's drop the gear. Kind of sped up quite a bit there and stopped keeping track of the speed for a brief second, and that bit me in the rear. Okay, let's walk the power out. It's quite a nosedive to get that glide slope, but that's fine. So we're a little bit left of the localizer, but it does seem to be slowly getting on track. Okay. Let's go ahead and do flaps 20. Slow down a little bit more. And what is our VREF speed going to be here? 146. So let's do the approach at 150 knots. Flaps 30. Alright, flaps 30, and let's go to 150. Detroit traffic, Endeavor 5243 is on the 5-mile final, runway 22 left, Detroit. And I just want to get the airport diagram on standby here. Okay, that's good to go. Ooh, we are slowing down so bad right now. You look away for 2 seconds and it runs away. And we are on the backside of the power curve, so it is going to take more power to get this aircraft to maintain its speed. This nose-up angle is not helping us at all. Okay, we're flaps 30, getting that glide slope back. There we go. Alright, I'll take it from hand for here. Alright, we're getting a little fast, so let's take out the throttle, keep that pitch up just a little bit to try and slow down.
400. Sync rate.
Oop, sync rate's getting kind of aggressive. Let's get back on track here. There we go. Alright, now we're 150 and we're on glide slope, so we're looking good.
200. 200.
Oop.
Sync rate.
Okay, I'm not descending that hard. Calm down.
Sync rate.
100.
Calm down.
40. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
That was a little bit firm, but alright. 2 in reverse. Ease that nose down. Alright, cool. Alright, now we're going to make a left turn up here. Make our first left exit. And let's get the APU back on. And take this high speed exit to the left. Okay, flaps are going up. Detroit traffic, Endeavor 5243 is clear of runway 22 left, taking Kilo 4 to the terminal, Detroit. Sweet. Alright, landing lights are coming off, taxi lights, strobes can come off, wing inspections are off, that's good. And I'm just going to park at the first gate available here. There's the line. Looking for the line, almost couldn't find it. Get as center as we possibly could be. Cool.
Flight
Alright.
deck, captain speaking. Currently not at the gate just yet. I'm actually just sitting your seats and seatbelts fastened to get to the gate. Once we do get there, I'll have the seatbelt sign off. You'll be free to move on the cabin. Thank you very much.
Huh. We even got captain and co-pilot announcements. That's cool. Alright. We're stopped, so the passenger seatbelt signs can come off. Taxi light can come off. Beacon can come off as well. And let's get this door open so people can start leaving. Chocks are in place. Doors open. And let's get that jetway toggled. Nice. Okay. Go to the overhead panel and just get ourselves real quick to a turnaround state. So we're looking good, everything, the lights are exactly where I want them, fuel pumps can come off. Okay, all the bleeds are auto still, that's fine, APU's on, that's fine, hydraulics can come off. Alright, packs can stay on so the passengers can remain comfortable as they're exiting because it is hot in here in Detroit as well. Yeah, 29 degrees Celsius, that's still pretty steamy. So we're going to leave that all on. The windshield heat can come off, probe heats are off, cool. Let's go to the electronic flight bag. Oh, that was a wild stutter right there. Shut down, parking brakes set, seatbelts are off, thrust levers shut off, that's good, anti-ice is off, fuel pumps are off, beacons off, and nose wheel steering is off, and we are just about in a turnaround state. Thrust reversers come off as well. Cool. Alright. Well, there you have it. Disconnect off of VATSIM to give that a break. And then close all of this up and we'll go to an external view. Wow. So, there you have it. That was kind of mild overall. I'm not super impressed with the performance, coupling with the streaming on top of everything. I understand that this is a more advanced game and there's a higher workload overall, but my graphics settings on this game are not particularly high. I have already knocked some of the settings down some to try and improve on performance, and it still just doesn't seem to want to work fine. Now, when I'm playing this game on its own with my graphics setting, it does just fine, but when I stream with it, it is apparently too much, but it shouldn't be because it's a streaming software, and I mean, my camera is a basic 1080p resolution. It's not even like all that crazy, so I feel like it should work just fine together. I should be able to stream this as is, but apparently I can't, so It seemed to have gotten better towards the end, but then I started getting messages again as I got closer to the ground and started doing some OBS stuff and whatnot. I think I'm going to wait for the next update, and hopefully there will have been quite a bit of optimization done to the game, and I'll give it another try and see if the streaming in this at the same time works. I mean, given, again, I'm running a 2080 Super graphics card, so it's not brand new by any means, but that is a good graphics card, and it's not that old, so there really isn't much of a reason for it to not work together with the streaming software. It shouldn't be that difficult, and I shouldn't be getting graphics messages on screen. I'll have to figure out how to work that. If I do find a different solution, maybe I'll stream before the next update, but I'm not really convinced on it. I think I'm just going to stay with 2020 when it comes to streaming so far. So, yeah. But it was fun to try it. I actually enjoyed it. I really love flying the CRJ. It's such a good plane. It's a hand flyer. It's not that difficult, and it's a beautiful... I like the CRJ personally. And this was fun to do. And in celebration of me finally becoming a flight instructor and getting a real flight instructor job, it was nice to be set up and get on the sim again and do all this again. And, you know, hopefully I can stream again soon. I probably will. It might even be within the next couple of days, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, depending on everything that's going on. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. And I will be sticking to 2020 on the streams for a while. And I'm considering flying the CRJ in 2020 for the next stream. It all depends. I'll definitely come up with something, but yeah, new job, moved into a different place, and things are moving along. So thank you to everyone that tuned in. Thank you to everyone that liked the video. Thank you to my moderator, Toasty Oats, for coming in and taking care of biz. If you guys want to see any particular type of content, whether it be live streams or videos, you guys let me know, and I can see what I can do and make it happen. And I really hope you enjoy the content. Hope you guys have a good night or day, whatever it is for you. And we'll see you soon. But alright, until next time, you guys take care. See ya.